Hey, it's Toya, Combine Roar! Or Toya to you, depending on which time zone you're in. Hello everyone, we're back with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are finally about to do the trial of episode 5, the Unspeakable Story. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Is it? The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story, whichever the case is. Yes. So, Weeping, hello. Oh my gosh, Weeping, hello. Thank you so much for the water ASMR. We're starting out being super hydrated today, so thank you so much for water ASMR. Everyone, let's grab our little water jugs and do a little glug glug. And also, thank you so much for the stretch. I really do need to stretch more. Actually, speaking of which, because I've been having, I think I mentioned this like offhand on one of the streams, but I've been having issues with my lat muscles on the right side, like one very specific part of it, which is basically kind of preventing me from doing pull-ups. Like I can do it, right? I can do pull-ups, but not without like a very aching pain or soreness at that one specific spot. So initially I thought like, oh, maybe it's like shoulder impingement, and it could be, right? I didn't actually properly get it checked out, but I was doing like some exercises. I was like trying to figure it out, like touching the pressure point at that spot. It's like sending like really crazy signals to like my shoulder. So that means it's probably like a knot among other things. So I want to get a massage too, like real deep tissue massage at that area before. And it's like, it's the type of massage where it's like it's gotta hurt a bit before it starts feeling better, because like it's working out the knots among other things in that area, and that honestly helped a lot. So I'm basically pretty much like foam rolling. The massager always says to come back. I know, but it's like, I've been like, trying to foam roll it a lot too. Like so for me, I don't typically use like the, I guess like soft foam roller, I guess you would call it. I typically like using the spiky ones, like the kind of like the more firm spiky ones, because for two reasons. Oh, you're seeing it. I'm weeping. No worries. They say I have stone shoulders. you must have a lot of stress on there, getting all those knots in. But yeah, so I've been doing a lot of foam rolling, and I like the foam rollers that are kind of like spiky. So what that means is that, I mean, what does that mean? So like I like the foam rollers that are like more firm and kind of spiky, because two reasons. Like I like the effect of it almost being like, yeah, you're targeting all the pressure points and it's like harder and you're like, ah. But also like as a side effect of it being firmer and also like, pressure pointing, especially with like the spikes and stuff, it cracks my spine really well when I'm doing that. And I also do like some of the I forgot the tool where you put it at an angle and you kind of lie on it to kind of decompress your spine, just a little, like not necessarily decompress, but kind of stretch out your lower back as well. I like doing that a lot. So like, like the back, I tend to pay a lot of attention to, especially with like foam rolling. So I needed to get a new foam roller, because a lot of the foam rollers I get, I think like maybe maybe they're like too cheap, because like they work, right? They're pretty good, but they're like the hollow type, right? It's not like a long foam roller. It's kind of like maybe it's just because I've been putting too much weight on it, right? Like my whole freaking body on it. But it's like, it's basically like maybe like a foot long, give or take. It's about the size of a Subway foot long, I would say. And like, yeah, like more often than not, like after a while, the one I've been buying, right? I only bought it 2 times, because like the first one like sort of like cracked while I was like rolling on it, and I was like, shit. So I went to buy another one, and it worked for a while, and then it cracked again. So I was like, okay. So I decided to buy like another foam, like, well, I say buy, but I ordered it, right? I ordered another foam roller this time, and I very specifically got one that wasn't hollow. So like it looked like there's stuff in the center of it. So like hopefully it would be able to take my full body weight. And like I'm not that heavy, I don't think, like relatively speaking for my height, right? So in lieu of that, I've been using like a spiky massage ball to kind of like it's a firm spiky massage ball to kind of roll out the knot. And I must say, like, because I'm basically targeting that pressure point and just like the part that's like hard and like just kind of have that aching feeling when I just press on it, it hurts like a motherfucker. It hurts so much when I'm trying to like relieve the tension there. I'm just like, god damn it. So like I do it for a little bit. I you know I kind of edge it out in that specific spot, just kind of like, okay, let's get the blood flowing. Let's do some of the, you know, rotator cuff stuff because maybe that's affecting it as well. But yeah, it relaxes it, but it hurts a lot while I'm doing it. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait for my foam roller to come because like there's more distribution of like there's more distribution of weight when I'm actually rolling on it. So hopefully it won't hurt as much. Or no, hopefully it won't be as sore or whatever. It's basically the feeling of like when you're going for a massage and it's like a really tight ass spot on your back or like wherever, and you're trying to work it and it hurts a lot, but it needs to hurt that much because it's like so tight and you're like, God, help me. So that's what I've been dealing with for a little bit, yeah. Like, so I guess like in lieu of like just like my actual body weight pull-ups, I've been doing like a lot of like assisted pull-ups. Like so the one of the machine where like if you watch a lot of TikToks or reels with like the exercise communities, is basically like is the one like, oh, I can max out this machine, puts it all the way down, but it's kind of a meme because the whole point of that machine is to offset your own body weight to make it easier. So if you max it out, that means you're, you know, it's kind of a paradox because if you max it out, you're actually doing lighter as opposed to like you going for a lighter weight because it's to counteract your own weight. So I've been doing that a little bit because like it's been helping to not aggravate that spot, and I feel like it's targeting a lot more of like the smaller muscles in that area just because like it's an assisted pull-up, so you're on a fixed track, the machine. So I'm not using a band because like it I don't know, I just don't like having to set it up. So like I've just been doing the machine, and because it's a fixed path, right? Like it's less free in terms of like there are less degrees of freedom when you're actually doing a movement. So maybe it's like activating, for me, it feels like it's activating a little more of the other muscles as well as I'm doing it. So I feel like, you know, that's helping. Yeah. So yeah, I offset like what, like I think like give or take like 40-ish pounds. And I'm like, it's helping, you know, like I can do it without like feeling the pain in that area. Because if I do it, like, it's either like I really need to warm up that area, and then I can like do it and like really brace myself and just really focus. But it's also like I rather like just, you know, not have to experience that pain and just do like the assistant to see if it helps a lot. So yeah, I've been yapping a lot, but yes, that's what's been happening with me recently, and I'm, you know, it's just kind of topical because I bought the thing and it's supposed to arrive in like 2 days, probably after Christmas, and oh my god, Christmas is almost here. I'm very excited. Just because me and my family are gonna go out for a meal. It's a buffet. It's an all you can eat. You know, I'm gonna get some. Hopefully, I'm gonna get some good food. But also, just in general, I really like Christmas. If you can't tell, for people who've been following me for a while, you would know Christmas, winter. Christmas is like my favorite season and holiday. Less of the fact that the presents and more of the fact of like the spirit of Christmas and all that stuff, you know. So regardless of whatever you're celebrating, Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whichever it is, you know, have a happy holidays, you know. This is me giving y'all good wishes and whatnot, and hopefully a happy new year too. So in any case, I've been yapping a lot. I've been, you know, doing a lot of things. So let's just get started. Let's start with the trial. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. 17th April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Let's go. Hey there, Gina. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? Susato? She left for her ship. She's got 50 days to get back to Japan. You know, wearing the fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it, I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. Dots. You alright with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina. You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Is it Holmes or is it... I feel like it's Iris. Good morning, you two. It is Iris. Wagahai's here too, look at that. How are you feeling, Jeannie? Did you manage to sleep? Oh, look at him. Look at this little furball, my god. Iris! What are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. I'll have a nose around. What I'm gonna do? Well, don't say that. Murphy is watching, probably. God, don't say that. Don't say that, Gina, please. Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Yeah? What is it saying? Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? Bad news first, good news later, please. What do you say, Bruno? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. There we go, Ryunosuke. Let's go. Let's go, buddy. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not love to hear the bad. If you say so, Gina. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Good news, bad news, shovel, spade, ladder, stepladder. It's all semantics. You know, we're all being a little pedantic right here. But hello, Plum, how are you? Huh? The bad news was a weather report? Oh, wait, if it means that it's a record-breaking rain, that means the ships aren't able to sail, right? Right? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Doing well but very tired. No. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's, really. If only all good news canceled out the bad, truly. And look! This trial made the headlines too! Pawnbrokers perishes and pick purse plunder. Wow, the alliteration, love that. How'd you like that? I'll let them say what they want. See if I can. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry. Bruno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will? And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharge Divers Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? I love you, Iris. My gosh. Oh, yes. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered into the court record. Love that. Okay, let's take a... Oh, I was gonna say let's take a look, but alright. Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can. Okay, let's take a look at the papers. Oh, wait. Look, we got these notes, case notes last night. Let's read them. I'm known as burger. God. I do want a burger. I had some instant ramen just now. And like I can still kind of taste the broth in my mouth and I'm like, oh, alrighty. Let's see. Omnibus murder. Case summary. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Details of victim: Mason Milverton, male, occupation brickmaker, domicile East End of London. A burger does sound good actually right about now. Are burger joints still open over there, Plum? Because I feel like you could. I also had some instant noodles later. Hey, we getting them instant nudes. Trial summary. Defendant Magnus McGodet, prosecution attorney Lord Barack von Zeeks, defense attorney me. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Gotcha. You know what? The information I'm getting looks way less compared to the thickness of this book, but that's okay. Let's take a look. Pawnbroker perishes and pickpocket purse plunder. The London News. Honesties and fasts are probably open, but not near where I am currently. Ah, no. Okay, so Iris is gonna be my assistant, right? My judicial assistant, maybe? Pawnbroker perishes and pick plus plunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharge Divers Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that, if possible. I'd like to even go bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial. Perhaps. How's she gonna protect the planet? Protects planet? Ooh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great. Interesting. Okay, still the front of it. Okay. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Huh. I see. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. This is definitely going to be relevant during the trial at some point. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world, world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted. But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno? No, of course not. I'm not gonna be a spy. Nah. Spicy spies. I love that. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yeah, the thing with, like, the Supreme Court? Maybe. Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. The details of today's paper has been updated. Aha. So yeah, it's definitely gonna be, like, involved with the trial. So, ooh, government secrets with, like, this simple, potentially simple case of like murder? Don't we love some like government conspiracies with our murders? Yeah. Obviously. I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. Holy, you got your bazooka? Iris, please. Iris. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you more support and encouragement. And you know, you're gonna be sending a lot of warning shots, I would imagine. You're gonna be intercepting every wine glass. You're gonna be intercepting every single wine glass that Von Zeeks is tossing at me. I see. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest. But, thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Jenny? Well, I was wondering, is all, about Sholmes. Did they fix him up all right? Oh. Yes. The operation was a great success. Wine glasses being tossed, bazookas being fired, the courtroom is just gonna be chaos. I mean, hey, in 100 years' times, you're gonna be cross-examining a parrot. I'm just saying. You know, the Meiji era won't know what's gonna happen in 100 years. I'm just saying. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet, which is a lie. We saw him awake last night talking to Susato, so. I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson. A parrot, did I hear that right? You did. I mean, hey, you have like people channeling spirits and stuff in 100 years time, and like other quirky like lawyer powers, you know? And then you have Edward, who has the special lawyer power of logic. You have being able to like you have Japanese shaman lie detection. You have super observational what was it? Code reading. And then you have logic. There we go. It's actually a whole thing. So like there are a lot of lawyers that stream themselves playing Ace Attorney. And whenever they get to that point, they're like, no, like, okay, there is a precedent to that, but they're also like, you wanna what? You wanna what? Huh? Or the classic, what do you mean you updated the autopsy report? Without telling me? What? Hello? Like, things like that, basically. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. Gotcha. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Bruno. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. "17th April, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom." I see you've come out of retirement again, Von Zeeks. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Von Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the Public Prosecution Service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes. And then 2 months ago, you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that had led to this erratic behavior? Dots. In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? So why is he dealing with something like this? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilden, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes. I just managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGilden. If I know what a monster he was, I never would have defended him, but then you would have been kicked out of London, my dude. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponese. Oh, okay, alright, don't be too racist, Von Zeeks. What? Did he really just say that? Yeah, he's just really openly being racist right now. He means you, Bruno. I worked that out, Iris. Thank you. Thank you. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal. What are you talking about? Dots. That torrid look of hatred in Lord Von Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? Dots. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Von Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. I mean, the 2 burglars were definitely not fucking selected randomly, my guy. Definitely not. Oh wait, the jurors are selected randomly. No, sorry, I mistook the jury for the witnesses. But hello, it's you again. It's you, and she's wearing a headset, and she's got this. She's a person that does like that works in the military, isn't she? Right? Because if this is like Meiji era-esque, right? Then that means that she is someone that probably communicates in Morse code with this, right? It's like the beeper. I did not know that you were a doctor. This is the guy in like the green coat from the last trial. I don't know who just made this, and this guy maybe an optometrist. I see the frames here. I'm assuming based on stereotype that he's Russian, but I don't know. We shall see. I'm a lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto was very appropriate here, I think. Okay, he's just really obsessed with stereoscopes, I see. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it. I mean, yeah, you know, 3D movies are very much a thing. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. What could I have? Yeah, she's a Morse code person. Look at that. Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. I see. Oh, he's reading a translator. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. I understand jurors were selected at random, but should foreigners be allowed to be jurors? Wasn't there like a law against against that or something? Like if they're a witness to a crime, sure, but a juror? I'm not sure about that. Dots. Is something wrong, Bruno? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Wait, was he in like the first trial, the first proper trial as well? Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Von Zeeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm pretty sure you can't serve it on a jury in a country you're not a citizen. Exactly, yeah. Like that's not legal, I don't think. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound from below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. I know his heart is slightly to the left, but like it is like more centered here. And the fact that there is like these burn wounds here means that he was shot from behind. And at a close range to... Okay, so I see, because it's a close range and you see the burn marks here. So it can only be from someone that's like literally standing right behind him. Right? Which means because Gina was found in a room next to him, right? Among other things, with the gun in her hands, among other things. Yeah, that's pretty damning evidence. That is very pretty damning evidence. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. I see, that's why. Because it was going like... It's not like a straight shot, it was going like this. Okay, fair enough. So that's how it pierced the heart. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means The victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed. The court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Due to a single bullet from the back, there are no other signs of trauma. Gotcha. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment, where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. Dots. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She was one of those filthy drabs that lived in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. Come on, y'all. But the jury's waiting. The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Ah, okay. My Lund Nipponese friend. And it's you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpuss, or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. Dots. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Von Zeeks. At once, my lord. Crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record. Windibank's revolver has been entered into the court record. Finally, we get to, like, look into this. This isn't good. Hang on, let's take a look at everything. Let's take a look at the autopsy report. Male pawnbroker 1 to 130. I was the one who reported, yep. Single bullet wound, upper half, no visible signs. From postural anterior bullet wound to the heart. Okay. Photograph of the blood storeroom and shows. Okay. It's the burn wounds. Okay. Fair enough. Let's take a look. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his cash safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Dots. Hmm. No, yeah, okay, there's nothing else really speaking to me. Hmm. Still the same thing, okay. So there's nothing else I can glean from this? Alrighty. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno. I think that's because it has. Oh damn, he's already taking off his coat? Okay. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pup Winderbeck on 16th April of this year. Wait, these two? Them? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Imagine being a professional baddie, like... I don't know why my accent went like that, but okay. Wait. Hang on. Let me look something up really quickly. Ah, okay, there we go. That's what I thought. So his name is, okay. His name is Ringo Skulkin. Okay, occupation's same as him. So their names are just like what they're holding. His name is Ringo, right? He's holding an apple. Ringo in Japanese. The fruit puns. His name is Nash, right? A pear in Japanese is Nashi, right? I had to look that up. I'm like, wait. I'm like, wait a second. Hang on. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. Well, what they call... Oh. The three Skulkin brothers. Oh god, it's Team Skull. My god. What? Why is Gregson? No. It's like, do you expect me to do this? What are you looking at me like that for? Don't let me in with you lot. Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? Is our all the bruv? Lost contact with him we have. We'll be scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we came across you. The very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So we decided that... Then... What we was gonna do. Who was gonna call ya? Wow, you timed that? Big Bro Skulky. Big Bro Sulky. I mean, he is kind of sulky, not gonna lie. They really took a bite out of that fruit. God, nice. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he's run out of chips. I mean, to be fair, Gregson does have like an infinite number of like chips in his newspaper. Well, come on, man. Come on, Judge. You're having fun here. All right. We like to have fun here. We like to have fun here, my court. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. Infinite chips, infinite glasses of wine, literally. Infinite cups of coffee, too. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Infinite rounds in a bazooka? I mean, at this point, probably. Like, I don't, like... Iris says, like, oh, like, I can keep shooting as until, like, so long as I have enough, like, reagents, but, like, she definitely has, like, an infinite amount of reagents, like, in her bag. I don't doubt it. These are they? These three? Just the two, my lord. Gregson... Nah. No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with these lot. 2 nights ago, these brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed his proprietor's murder. He's so short. Like, why isn't he, like, a suspect? I know why. I know why. Just because, like, as far as we know with the current evidence, right? It's very, like, just with how the evidence is right now until we glean, like, newer information, Gina is the most likely suspect. But these two are, like, actual thieves, too. So it's like, you know. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Which means we can cross-examine you too, Gregsy. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question, and what exactly you saw. Happy to! Cause the skulking's never skulking. But, aren't you always skulking? Your last name's Skulking, so like... I love these two. Get out of it! God, I love these two already. Even though most likely this guy shot and killed Windabanks. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gov's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. Holmes, you got inside? Oh, cool, blimey lumming. We heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We didn't have nothing, governor. We didn't took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. I love that the trial is still so unserious sometimes, right? But what about the fucking fire shot, you know, afterwards? You shot Sholmes, you son of a bitch. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. Let's see. The door providing access to the storeroom for the front shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Dots. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by the parent dissent. That's what I fucking told you. I know that it's all nonsense, because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose your testimony for the pack of lies it is. Let's go. We know they're full of shit. Let's go. We don't need superpowers for these. Illegal entry. I was walking on Big Street Smallers and the Gov's door was ajar. See? Let's press this. Hold it! The front of Windabanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sully? Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town.
Excuse me.
Oh, wait, I messed up there. Oh, well, yeah. I was just thinking about me, bruv. Sulky. Oh, the one you lost touch with? I messed up there, sorry. Yeah, blimey, it could be a saint sometimes, that one. Always used to give me a shove his grub when we had anything to eat. He sounds like a very kind man. Get out of it, these chips are mine, I'm not sharing. Okay, fair enough. Wait, let's get a full details of this again. Alright, it's okay. How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside. It's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? That's a lie, though. I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. How about you, Soki? Me old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment opened and ventured inside. Alright, that's what happened. I see, okay. But I feel like Gina wouldn't be so sloppy to leave the door ajar, you know? It was like some kind of sign. Being supposed to go in, it was.
Hold it!
Please talk to me about that. What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in a mysterious way, they say, don't they, Wingo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? It wasn't no whim. I'm dead sure of it. Okay, what do you mean by that? It wasn't, Nash, it wasn't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that a long-lost brother was in. What? They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke who looks just like our bruv. I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. Hang on, let's take a look at the evidence again. But when we saw it, the door wasn't ajar. I mean, we couldn't tell if it was ajar or not because we only saw the light. But like,
Hold it!
Talk to me about this. A gotcha, do you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear on that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winnebeck always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winnebeck always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well. We can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Weeping, thank you so much for the stretch. And thank you so much for the water ASMR. Everyone, let's grab our little water jugs and do a little glug glug. Nice. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there's only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And it all was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, you're into rapid, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, or the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Wow. You don't know what I did, motherfucker. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So, I believe we all understand the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
Hold it!
Bullshit! You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out, me Lucy Lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left. Nice and quietly, you said. That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bulgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out, me Lucy Lockets. So, you'd clearly like us to believe. Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saint alive, they fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? Yeah, it was me, motherfucker. Goddamn. It was. Why, the bleeding Nora. Didn't you mention that before? You are armed with a gun! And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes! They shot the great Mr. Sholmes. I did hear that, actually. That was a rumor he's been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes. That's beyond the pale. These motherfuckers, I swear. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Why the fuck didn't you just present this to begin with? You know they were full of shit, mother... Damn it. Why, Von Teeks? Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, Counsel. The court will hold his weapon as evidence. Thank you. The Silken Brothers' gun has been entered into the court right. There were signs of another single round was fired. But we can't see rifling marks this time, right? Now, my lord Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. Wait, give me a... hang on. Oh yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. Let me take a look at the damn gun. Hang on. Can we open it up? So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, wasn't it? Yes. It happened almost as soon as we walked in through Windibanks' door. I'll make those brothers pay. Is there anything else we can glean from this? Anything at all? No? I mean, it's a logical fallacy, right? There were 2 guns found. One at the scene of the crime, one in their hands. He's asking us to prove that this was the gun that was fired right now. Then you caught these guys. You're saying they're the ones that broke in. Are you saying that there were actually 4 people that were inside? Right? If that's not the case, then which was the gun that shot Herlock Sholmes? You know? Thanks so much for the lyric. Weeping. Enjoy your lyric.
Objection!
I don't need evidence. Because I was there.
Objection!
Of course. However, the rest of us in this courtroom will not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of this rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night. We don't have anything like decisive, right? Like, we have this. We can show this, but like... What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a fire into the pawnbroker's shop that night? Okay. Definitely not this. This is a conundrum, okay. I want to say this just because we have a, like, these are photos that we took, right? It has to be. Which means this, there is a bullet that was left here. So it has to be this, right?
Take that!
There we go. The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway. We analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves you witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Like, literally here.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbroker on the day of the incident. In the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed. The bullet appears Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date showed being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun at the pawnbrokers that night. Ah! Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Von Zeeks? Oh. Sips. Glug glug. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. Oh, wow, okay. What? Ouch, alright. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. As he just did. There we go. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. and like the bold baddies they claim to be. Hang on, let me do that again. Let me do that again, because it's so weird saying baddies in such a low voice. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, open fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the street. Let's go. Eh? Take it easy there, governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. I mean, it's true. You shot Herlock Sholmes. Bro. We had to do. You wanna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Von Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my lent Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? Like, yeah, a deal? You had a deal? You're making backdoor legalese deals? Huh? Von Zieks? I thought you were all about justice and shit. What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Von Zieks? Because they're the ones, because they fired at Sholmes, which means the only other gun that fired at night came from Gina, is what he's gonna be saying, right? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot has been fired from Brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly, these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. I knew it! I knew it! In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windenbank at all. Okay, so I'm like noticing that for whatever reason, like it looks like the stream footage is a little bit slower. Like I don't know, it just feels like hang on, let me check something. It just feels like the frame rate is not great. Hang on. Let's do this. It's gonna mess up the thing a little bit. But let's see. So that's it. Okay, it's a bit off. It's still a bit off even then. That's it. We have nothing to do with it. Okay. Oh, that's not great. Yeah, that's not great. Okay, never mind. We'll just keep doing it like this. What if I turn off VSync? We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? Yeah, even VSync. Yeah. Why is it like that? That's so weird. Hang on, I'm gonna take a very quick look. Oh, wait, I think I realized why. Because, like, the game is meant to be 30 frames, so maybe that's why it looks a bit slow. Anyways. Like, it looks slow on stream, which is weird. We're in for it now, bruv. Now then. Let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Oh, wait, he took some of the photographic prints, like, during the time, right? Because if they came at 1, that means there is a photograph at 1 a.m. of the counter. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh! That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders! What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he will be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. Here we go. 8 p.m. 8:30, same thing. 9. 9:30. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. Which means that there are 2 different angles, right? I see. If I may refer to the court to the plan of the premises. The respective positions are here and here. You see, these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help that the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of friar tuck, eh, bro? Lady Luck loves a skulking. That's a bit of friar tuck. Don't bring Robin Hood into this. You 2 shot Sholmes. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Yep, must have been just after 1. Right, bro? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord! But again, here's the thing. Right? Wait, what about the other photo? We only see the one here. What about from the other angle, right? Couple things. Again, we know he died in the back, right? But then it's probably going to be thinking like, oh yeah, we can't say that this is what it is because, you know, she couldn't have shot him from the front, so on and so forth. It's the defendant! Miss Gina Lestrade! As the court can clearly see. Wait, is this going to involve that photo trick? I don't think so, no. Because it's not like, okay, so it's not filmed like equal distance between your eyeballs. It's more of like, I mean maybe eventually, but because it's going to be 2 completely different angles. One is at the counter, one is gonna be at, like, the stuff that's up for sale. The accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. I mean, she wouldn't need to do that. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence. If you please, counsel. Print of Gina has been entered into the court record. Okay, but what about the other angle? I don't believe it! Ginny! Shotamate kudasai. Let me take a look. I was trying to see, like, is there a thing where we know if the door is locked or unlocked? You know? Like, is it red when it's locked, or is it, like, another color when it's locked or something, you know? In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly have killed Mr. Winterbank. Yeah. I say, my lord. Oh. Oh, they're ready? I wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a belly bulletin knee in the Battle of my wand, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. There are 2 women on your in your squad, sir. And we'll all go down together. You mark my words. One for all and all for one. Okay, what are you on about? I see. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? Dots. In a manner of speaking, yes! That is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir. What? No! It's too soon to make a judgment here! Set us rope for the court, men. On the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes when making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth as clear as day. I could reach out and touch it. You reach out your face out? At least Von Zieks acknowledges the ladies, right? You're gonna reach out to the truth, sir? I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I'm very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. It's gonna be, yeah. Announce your considered verdicts in the court.
Guilty.
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 Let me get my summation trial. Come on, let's go. It does appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Let's go! Very well. The court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. Oh, unsurprising. I shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. I'm just not sticking with like any... I really am not sticking with any like tone of voice of like anyone except for like Von Zeeks and, and Rinosuke, it seems. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. And I'm gonna... Okay, before we continue on with that, I'm gonna head to the bathroom really quickly. Oh, wait, I'll be right back. So give me a second. You can stay here and watch the judge stare at you slightly menacingly. I'll be right back. I have hired this judge to stare at us. To stare at y'all. Look at him menacingly. Hang on, let me shift to my left a little. There we go. Judicial findings. Let's go. The jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketing. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. I need the other photo from that timestamp. There are 2 cameras. Where's the other one? If I've left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. I mean, okay. They're not giving me a lot to work with, but I guess I could ask them about it. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention, there's print! Take it from a cat who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the belly trigger. That is true, she does not have trigger, discipline, but also, you wouldn't expect her to know what trigger discipline is. You know? I'm just saying. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, all these cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. That I will. Basically, submission examination. Your opinions are shit! Anyways, let's go. The defense rebuttal. This pickpocketing. Let me press on that. Hold it! You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Gerda, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Dots. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Oh, there's a 10 up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? Ryunosuke, we can't do this. We can't do this. Come on, man. We can't coerce him just because we've done him a favor. Dots. I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore, you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Ryunosuke, please. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garradeb house to talk for the town after that business. Lord just moved out and I can't get a belly sew to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clammed up. I mean, she's in jail, isn't she? Clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot. But not for us. That's a dash certain. I suppose not. Course. There can be no suggestion of that being the case. I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously. But honestly, I really wish I'd pay more attention to the trial, and less to juror number 2. Oh? As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores, Source? On my way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpockets, and crossmen. The scum of the earth. I mean, it's not like they're given opportunities, you know? A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those becksums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. He would disagree with you there, ma'am. You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the... Ah, yes. The honorary maid of England. Of Great Britain. Sherlock Sholmes. We'd love to see it. Mr. Sholmes, a maid. Don't say that, Ryunosuke. We would love it. The 21st century wants this. It's really quite unforgivable. Guts come having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Alright, Sholmes, time to put on the maid dress. He would. dots. Minor detail. It was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Shrooms, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They all got to scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Thank you. But here's the thing. See it in stereo, right? So where's the second fucking photo? We need that.
Hold it!
We need it. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocketer is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Ooh, how did you know? It was a really good guess, good sir. So uppity for a maid. Why did I read that at so uppies for a maid? Oh my god. Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. I mean, okay, you know what? Let's take his advice. That's not. That does nothing. Oh my god. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes. I think you'll find that the stethoscope is here to stay. I mean, it's taking a different form, a la 3D movies, among other things. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only you could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Well, I left it in there. I should think there'll be repercussions by now.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that. Oh, no sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. Yes. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of modern science, the real brains in this field. So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. Ah, you were the one doing Shrooms. Well, when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Did you leave it in there? Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? Okay, that is the thing of concern though, whereas like they're, you know, like accidentally leaving equipment inside of the people you're operating on. Or at the very least, like, it's a concern in a lot of medical dramas and whatnot. But anyways, that's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I wouldn't. Now you've got that fear in me, good sir. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. Just a little bit embarrassing. Just a wee bit teeny tiny embarrassing. I hope it's not a concern in the real world. Well, that's all I'll say. Anyways, that's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. A little bit. That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up like your fucking scalpel? Your little scalpel? I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Ma'am, please tell me what's on your mind.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission. What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communications with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed. It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You're well informed, young lady. Hehe. Oh gosh. But cables would soon become a thing of the past. Stop. Oh, it was because radio. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airways to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmospheric electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Deriving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology, but utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh, hang on.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, sir. Jury number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about jury number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be. Yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. She literally told him to go touch grass, my god. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. Dots. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What? If you got any, Runo, any prints you could look through a stereoscope? Not at the moment, no. Like, just the cats. But we've seen them before. Like, not of the crime scene. I mean, I do have a print, but sure, I do. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
I was wrong. I can't actually think of anything we could use at all. What? Really? Oh dear. I think maybe I need to have a stereoscopic look at your brain sometimes. What's that supposed to mean? It can't be this, right? Because we only have the one photo. You know what? I'll ask again. We'll do this again. Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay, let's go through this whole thing again.
Take that!
I mean, I guess. Okay. Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you. I don't have any corresponding print, so I think we need to ask more questions. Right? It won't be this.
Take that!
Wait, sorry? What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? I do, but like... Bruno! What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? Yeah, but we only have the one thing. So, yeah, we do need to keep asking questions. Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No. I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. I think you'll find that no expression is really starting to annoy me. So I guess we are just doing stereoscopes, I guess. Alright. Okay, let me press on this.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're non-Valen Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Oh, it's this dude again. Revolutionary? Dots. Dot. I believe there's such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. I just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. I see. Dots. Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathy for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. I mean, they all but admitted that they were criminals, sir. The Skulkin brothers. Duh. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all what I want to say. They shot a man, dude. They shot a detective. The Skulking brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors were chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, How is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like exactly? Why is he there? I wish I knew. But I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors. The trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes. So we need to find contradictions of what these jurors were saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Okay. I want to pit this with this.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my. My statement. Contradictory. C-O-N. Juror number 6. You've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 have said earlier, when the Skulking brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Abdomen. A-B-D. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. Dots. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me. I did not hear. Here's the word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English, I'm Russian. Not need to speak. Fair enough. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who looked like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done nothing. But truth is, they shot detective. Duh. This is double negative, but they don't cancel out. They don't cancel out, good sir. Yes, that's exactly right. Oh. No, Mousy! Lying is wrong, especially when lies said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said, we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now! It's not the mouse's fault, though. Sir. I'm a city of own eyes. I must investigate crime... What the fuck? No! I'm afraid that won't be Yes, it is, Reno. Easily! Sorry? How? Okay. With the print from Hurley's red-handed recorder. If you combine the print that pictures Jenny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Huey! Miss Prosecutor! Calling on the prosecution in the middle of the summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Oh, we're gonna have one. Okay, we're gonna have one at 1:30. I see. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulking brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. So this is taken after Hurley was shot then? Hang on, let's see really clearly. As far as I can tell, the lamp. Nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that is obviously missing in the second print. It's mostly the lamp. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot men, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Okay, thanks, man. Yay! Well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we might just turn the situation to our favor still. Can I get the photographic print, sir? And kindly hand that new... There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Yes, we can. Now we can. In Lake of Lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict. Okay.
Hold it!
Okay, let's do this again. There we go, we pursue this again. Excuse me, sir. Yes, we do.
Take that! Take that!
Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera in Windibanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereoscopic images work? Yes, I do. Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So, what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway, but then we can see if there's anything different. Oh! Of course, now I see! Ah, I think the young girls discovered the secret. I have! Iris! Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go! Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Yeah, but the lamp, my dude, the lamp. Sir. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. In this case, sir, dots. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from the picture overlap in the middle. Dots. Wait. Can you please do it for me? I don't want to cross my eyes. Oh, did you manage to see it properly, Bruno? Yes, I saw it. What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter they sort of jump out at. Oh, because there is a perspective. I mean, to be fair, it works better when you don't have your glasses on, and I have mine on permanently, so it's like, ah, fuck. Hang on. Oh, my eyes. Okay. I did kind of notice a slight shift when I was looking through the two things, but there is a slight shift here, which means this has a perspective, which means these things were moved. Oh my god. Okay. The judge and Ari's crossing their eyes. Fucking Von Zeke's having his, like, bringing out his stereoscope. Good sir. Oh, okay. Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing powers of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, hmm? I think you'll find it if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles. The stereoscope. 1-6 will never be caught slacking. He's not gonna do that with his own eyes, he's gonna do it with his proper equipment. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally, which means that it's shifted. In other words, even though at first glance. Oh yeah, we can. Okay, now you can with it side by side. You can see it now. So you see like how, like, here versus here. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Oh, so like just, you know, nice. Even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures. This shows that actually, there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Hold fine there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Because they were stealing shit, among other stuff. Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. I'm not. What? Me? I have the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken, which means between that time, something occurred that caused it to shift, meaning either the thieves came. But the positions of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with things on the counter. Zookas! Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. I've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were removed, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. I mean, it can't be either of these two. I mean, here's the thing. It has to be, like, one person. Right? Meaning, it can't be either of these two. That shifted it, potentially. So it has to be... Gina. Acceptable shift in the items on the counter. Either that or pop Wendabank. Because it's looking for one person who could have done it, right?
Take that!
Quite clear as the work of this meddler. I'm afraid you've digressed here, Council. Oh, damn. It should now be clear, even to you, who was responsible for the impeachable shift in the direction of the trial toward the absurd. Let me guess. Me. Weeping takes a should stretch. And thank you so much for the water ASMR. Everyone, let's grab our little water jugs and do a little glug glug. I mean, it has to be Gina, you know. Okay, fair enough. I really felt that one. If you think about it, it has to have been someone who was in Windabanks when everything was going on, doesn't it? Well, yes, that's true. So, that narrows it down quite a lot, I think. All of another thing. We know somebody must have touched the things on Windabank's counter, so who was it?
Take that!
Really? It's not? Okay, let me think. So it's either one of them. Like, it's confusing me just because, like, it's asking, like, for one person. Right? And we have these two idiots.
Take that!
Okay, so I guess it was just, like, either one of them. That's fucking dumb. Like, because it's like, oh, it must have been someone. Like, god damn it. Fine. I almost want to roll that back, but like, fuck it. We ball. Screw it. It was the witnesses currently in the stand. The Skulkin brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brother said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull Dukes from Lucy Lockets. My Facebook says Dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you're saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpurse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. Yeah, but then at that point in time they said that they were locked in the room. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winneback to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop. There were no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in your testimony. But the accused is a pickpass. Common guts are trash. Why look any further for the wrong duo here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, worse than a pickpurse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. A little head bonk, just boom. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Or return home via Regent Street. Stop. Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I thereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold on to this, Bruno. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial will be unusual, surely, but alright. The stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Lord Von Zeeks. It will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. Dot. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night, at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Like, I really messed up on that one, but still, like, they gave like 2 portraits. It's just, it's just a weird logical fallacy for me. I'm just like, damn it. Let's save. And we're gonna continue with part 2 right now. Let's go. Order, please. Oh, shit. sorry. Accidentally hit my mic arm. Okay. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Hello, Skulkin' Bros. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. God blimey! This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was better than soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. They didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers! God blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing with the sword. How you figure that out? Well, they just said it. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Oh shit. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, gut. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. There we go, let's go. Witness testimony. The legal entry. The whole truth. And nothing but the truth, so help you God. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't trifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshots, eh? And let's both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Lumi, he didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it, and scop it straight into him in the black thing. But first of all, I don't know we can have alcohol during the trial. Yeah, he just drinks casually. He drinks several bottles. We couldn't have shot the pawnbrokers, eh? We never had the chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nosh, that's right. It's more like we tidied up. Yeah. Oh God. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nosh. We don't. Can you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be a coincidence that these men show up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. They're secretly Transformers. We got this. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but okay. Hold it. If that's the case, why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? Wait, Nash, wait! If I admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. You two were! The fuck you talking about? You two were! Oh, said Ringo. Me, old China. We would land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, That's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. That's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses. Explain your actions to court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nosh, right. More like we tidied the place up. Yeah, sorry.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshots shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? This bag of nerves just learned to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey. My dead granny would have woken up to that bang. Big brother screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a pile of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. I got time on some marionette, would knocked over a picture frame, but knocked them scales on the floor. You really mastered working quietly then. What a rocket! Big Granny would have been scared back into a grave and a cloud like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse and then all of a sudden... Oh?
Excuse me.
Excuse me, Gregson. Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about your testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? Dots. It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it. Only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. Now, why don't you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the sermon he gave them, they told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell, now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling that perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discovered the witness's testimony had been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy! We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak! Supplement your testimony with whatever details might have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yell out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
Oh, did? So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did! Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Kind of thing. Wait, but a cure in acting tragically missed. But wait, if that's happened, that means the person would have been facing each other, as opposed to like friend and back. And where are the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbeck. On my granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windenbank and the sound of his voice. Yeah. So that will mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel. Indeed it would. Nah. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to die when that bloke in all the fancy clothes giving us the evil eye? God, Von Zeeks is so pissed off right now. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Oh, on my granny's life it is. Oh, on his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Yeah, make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, I want to press on this. I want to press on this because this is clearly a contradiction, right? But, sorry, I want to present on this, but I want to press first.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windenbank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have been pretty heated. I mean, just before he shut out, we let the teaser say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mine. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windenbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles and keep him. It really put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounds like he was about ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person who was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cook this goose proper. And he wish he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun!" And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. With a gun, boom. Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting, very tragically missed. But everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapjack job tying the place up. Okay, so that is the contradiction right there. Let me present this.
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windenbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. We got the picture. He has, Nash. He has, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windenbank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromised the position of the accused even more? Ah. Furthermore, the defense has established the photograph presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Chronology. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel. And heed my earlier warning, witnesses. A skulking's never skulking. I need... Yelling at the girl. Hold it. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. If your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. But meant to note, mate, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or somewhat. So they clapped the derbies on us like winking. And after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, didn't it, eh? I'm gonna press on this a bit more. So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gup, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, kind of way was, yeah, if you don't want to get shot, with that gun, bang. Kind of thing. You're enacting tragically miss. And the verse you heard was that of the... Yup. So that would mean... Okay, yeah, this is the same thing. Alright, let me read through the descriptions again. This one.
Objection!
Damn it! Motherfucker, why? I can't load anything. God damn it. Well, let's take a look at this. Why not? Oh, look at that. It's totally changed shape. Just from one little button press. Well, that is what the buttons for, Runo. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys? Says the 10-year-old girl. Anyway, I can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? You have to pop your two prints in here to start with, you see? And then you look through the eyepieces. You can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing is to get right is the position of the 2 prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really fascinating. Like, is it the autopsy report? So it has to point out the contradiction. Like, cause the thing they're saying is that, like, he was holding a gun, so they're facing each other, right? But the fact of the matter is that it's a single bullet wound in the back. And he wants me to, like, prove the chronology, right? So this one. There we go. Fucking hell. Okay. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winnebank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Guff. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes. No question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winnebank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winnebank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah. The motiller used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Exactly, that's the problem. Say exactly where we are. Right there. That... If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness. Are you sure, counsel? Yes, I'm very sure. Please. You intrigued me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. What is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the victim's portrayal of the victims?
Take that!
According to their testimony, okay, because the photo shows the gun wound, it doesn't explicitly say that it was, you know, it was shot from the back, even though you can clearly tell because of the, you know, the muzzle flare burn marks on his sweater. But anyways, according to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, but the two events happening almost simultaneously. Also, we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it will mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skulkin. But again, like, the prosecution's gonna be like, well, we just proven that there could have been no other person but Gina who could have shot, you know, Winnebanks. But, But it's the God honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. He was on with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winnebank holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Why the fuck aren't you just telling the fucking truth? God damn it. Ladies and gentlemen, You've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimonies to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, Order! 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 Witnesses! Explain yourselves at once. The thing is, I wasn't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witnesses would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, cut out, Nash. Cut it out. We blab now. You know what it'll do to us. He? What are you talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bro, come on, the game's up. But you have all guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunken yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. My God, these two guys. I swear to God. Encounter of the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the coffin. He had sigh of relief when the Jesus showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and it flew at us like it was possessed, and then we had it. But no geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me on gunner, and then he legged it through that door in the back room. You know, I had nothing with killing him. That's all I have. Okay, they had nothing to do with killing. Okay, fair enough. They are now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry. Well. We find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Encounter the victim. Go on.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winnebank. Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. Who was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the goth, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom. Yeah, that was where he popped up from. Only piece he could have been. The accents are going everywhere. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Gina must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windenbank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What? That mole tulip? Couldn't tell you. No way, Cobba. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the OG geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and he flew at us like he was possessed. And then we had it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Winterbank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey lummy. A great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with the gun at that time, is that right? It was, Guff, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. You know who was going for who? They were clearly not going for each other. Like Nash said, what you thought he added? I mean, when old geezer, that bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a bunch of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. I got some. Okay, the same thing as before. So, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, big bruv, it went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If he hadn't been that, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Winterbank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
We're intending to shoot Mr. Winterbank. No, never. I was just, you know. Looking out for me, bro, wasn't I? It was being fun, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away and ran out through that door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Winterbank ran away in the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone is saying, Gina was in there waiting for him with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Winterbank's gun to threaten him and forced him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Winterbank's hand again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? It's a little inconsistency, could be insignificant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me bruv, yeah? That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me bruv, yeah? But why would he go back in there?
Hold it!
He's had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was, from the inside. Real was, because you tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom of the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? Like, there could have been. Mr. or Mr. Skulkin. Like, if it was running from the back, right? Isn't there a chance that he could have shot? But then, what? What's that look for? The moment you admitted that you've encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. Oh, because he's so close, he's running, right? He could have shot and he could have fell over. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. Though pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could that be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord. Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. Like, he shot as he was running into the storeroom. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. There is a quote on this plan, the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone could have killed the victim, indicate from where the person could have fired the gun. Here.
Take that!
The defense believed that a culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And an answer to the second question. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
Take that!
The defense believes that the victim would have been in this position here. Oh? What are your answers in fact show? Is that your own position is at the blah blah, okay. Fair enough. What are you saying? Fine, I'll put it closer to the fucking room. Okay. God. Well, you appear to be a glutton for punishment. Fine.
Take that!
Like, it has to be, because his body was still found inside the damn storeroom, so it has to be in the storeroom at the time. God, if this, like, makes me lose my first trial, like, this is some bullshit, I swear to God.
Take that!
There we go, the music stopped. Fuck. Fuck me. The culprit shot the victim from outside the store. Like, my theory was right. It's just I picked the wrong fucking location. Damn it. Continue. Mr. Winneback died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot when he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you're adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I'll put my gun in him, and he'd like to throw that door into the back room. If Mr. Winneback ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah. It was at precisely that moment, when the victim was fleeing for his life, that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember when what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means that the victim is likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man. Shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course, he would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit wasn't necessarily shot someone shorter than Mr. Winneback.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse is dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But Gina locked the door. What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. That's so. Well then, counsel, present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In that case, who shut and unlocked the doors?
Take that!
Don't fuck with me here. There we go. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defense, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Because she didn't want to get fucking shot, dipshit? Such actions will only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Not. Ah, yes. That's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Janie would have locked the door. And almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does, because the gun had 5 more rounds in it. Well, if I was Janie in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those 2 bugs had just fired a gun in their direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the 2 brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winneback were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time. But at some point, Mr. Winneback must have heard the intruders breaking into a shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bro. If your theory is correct, I will leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Winneback fell to the floor where he was, just outside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Oh, I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winneback. As soon as that dot struck Mrs. Strawn, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I ain't. I mean, we ain't the ones who did it. Done it. We ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We never shoot no one. Then who the fuck was it?
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. But that's the fucking conundrum, because there's only one bullet fired from that gun. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. What does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest. That was amazing, Bruno, but... Yeah, but then there's the contradiction in the single bullet from your gun. Which means... Is it possible that it wasn't just... the two of them there? All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on their side now. I know. First time ever. And probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll give us a verdict of not... An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Von Zieks. I myself find the defendant's arguments most persuasive. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Von Zieks, might be an idea to explain this bully conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, hmm? A fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets! Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? I mean, Iris figured it out already. She knew. Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by a second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident, but what if Sholmes shows up and then it turns out there's a bullet inside of him? Right? The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulking Brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, means Windibank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponi street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Order! 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 God damn. Alright. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Von Zieks! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. I'll be taking out whatever it is of McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGild, it has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, the music box disc. Mr. McGilda's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make up with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake. Any sympathy for the accused unaccounted for years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact in its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defense's character. Lord Von Zieks, Inspector Gregson. What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard of the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. Dots. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Von Zieks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff! Okay, can we figure out the bloodstain from this? The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Hang on. Oh, Bruno, look! There's blood! Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. We're finally seeing, like, what this was. Actually, I suppose I must have noticed that before. It's my turn to shine again. I thought I'll be waiting forever. All right, hold still that disc, Bruno. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. It's green, isn't it? Yes, we fucking go! Ooh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. There was a third person. Mr. Egerd Benedict was there too. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? No, it's not. No, it is not. Naruhodo. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord! One of them might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been something about it in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no! Very well, the court will hear the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. I see you read the Herlock Sholmes novels as well. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winnebank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Carried up squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. But we can prove that there was a third person there. You know? We just need to establish a thing. But what if there was a third gun there? The jurors' contentions. Once a road, always a road, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth, yeah? Every which way you see, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined a simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a death on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day indeed. I'm a ballistic expert. I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns. Oh my... Weeping, thanks so much for the stretch. Oh gosh. And also, thank you so much for the water ASMR. Everyone, let's grab our little water checks and do a little glug glug. It would seem there's little remaining room or doubt. I have to admit, I was ready to bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I was jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more! The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair! Iris? That prosecutor's being mean. It's just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's the truth coming out, eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal. Let's do it. I'll press on this.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Well... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people just because you're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes. Might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it. When you say that she's shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel burst to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd like to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Mr. We go to this desk. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps you should examine it and we did. We already did. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asked me how many I invited for dinner, I was able to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although... Yes? Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose, if a 3rd gun, if there was another bullet somewhere, of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. We need to talk to the sergeant. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could it be possible? That's impossible for now. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well... I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me. A 3rd bullet. It would completely overturn things over there was one. If there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? Maybe not lying around somewhere, but in someone. Please tell me about the operation yesterday. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defense's life's on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? Sir? I almost don't want to ask, but is this surgery you've been muttering about all this time? You were operating on... Herlock Sholmes. What was the fellow's name now? Herlick? No. Herlock. No. Herlock. Herlock Sholmes, by any chance. Yes, good God! It was that Herlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes. That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. It's crazy. How is this a coincidence? This is too many coincidences. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. He said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, and opened it up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw out my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but... yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The accounts of the defense is correct. As is clear here in his photographic print, the bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged in a shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Huh, who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake. Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, because there was no wound at his back. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can someone please explain how it happened? Can someone please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. But... I thought you were just a tourist. Okay, the same thing. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? I have much experience of guns. Ah. I've lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, no, blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps. Those. Extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There's nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please only in the Russian language. He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets, and we can direct him to the doctor. Bonzix has managed to convince everyone. When it eliminates it impossible, he said. But he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again.
Objection!
Statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitting, P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Violet. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situations in Motherland. It was night. There was a blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dogs' legs. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from Doctor. They could not find bullets in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then, where did the bullets go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my It hit the lamp! What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looked just like bullet wound. Good gracious, wait. Which means this should be launched at the back, right? Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that's a solution to mystery of dissipating bullet. Dots. Dots. But that doesn't answer the question at all! Hmm? The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Runo. Where exactly was Haley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his So he has the bullet. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes is wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital as far as I remember. If I may? Lord Van Zieks. Well, I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry, you have it outside? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was forgetting for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecutor presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. So this is the pouch by Mr. Sholmes on the night, worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that! One of the vials is broken and the letter around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the vial exploded. So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. It was a glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into the wall of the shop. Wait, but then... That's still a delightfully complex aroma, but then if it deflected into the shop, then that means that it could possibly still hit the calendar. It doesn't give us the 3 guns, because it still remains that there are 2 bullets. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved, at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. But, when we entered the shop, the light was on. When we left it, the gas lamp was broken. If one of the bullets did in fact ricochet, is it possible that it ricocheted into the glass lamp, as opposed to ricocheting into the calendar? Because we have the evidence that the blood on the disc is green, the blood splattered on the calendar is green too, which means that most likely someone was shot at their shoulder or something, and their blood splattered onto the calendar because of the recoil from below. Like they fell backwards and hit the calendar too, among other things, right? So the theory is that there are 3 guns, there was actually probably another person there as well. Right? Someone who wanted to steal something from the pawn shop before. So it has to be Eggard that was there. The Bunchling and Burging brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Duh. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy! The pouch Mr. Sholmes is wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting, one of the last... Okay. Now, it would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion, Bitch, it's right here! It's right fucking there! It's really scorched badly just here. It did not ricochet. Oh, the strap is broken. Look! This must be where the bullet hit. Then, let me see. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken vial was. Do you see it? That's... the Skulkins brothers' bullet! What a stroke of luck that it hit its pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. We found exactly what that drawer was talking about. The 3rd bullet! It's time to press that drawer again, I think. Here we go! Wait, can we look at the bullet again? God damn. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh damn, poor Hurley. Please, my lord. A little more time. After all, there's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still time to turn this around. Somehow. I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
There we go. Come on, come on. I can prove it! Allow me to show you then, the 3rd bullet. Literally, take that! Here it is! We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery Uniqueness Conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before it was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes. As your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in his photographic print. Oh. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the courtroom record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. Ergo, there was a 3rd gun at the scene and possibly a 3rd intruder at the time, the crime. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Order, order, order! While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Witnesses. Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was! Perhaps you can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? We don't make nothing of them. Is it one of yours? I mean, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone! It was just two of us, and that's our trademark. How soon you forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy, that's an head scratcher. Counter for the defense. Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, we did see one other gun before, and it was held by one Eggert Benedict, which is not his fucking name. I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. They had a secret accomplice. On that night at Winnebeck's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses were clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pigswell. You know what I kind of want to do? Like, not gonna lie, the deep voice is kind of getting to me just a bit. So I kind of want to try something. A little something for those, you know? I want to try adding a little bit of Louise to Von Zeke's. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there had been not a murmur of a third man. It is apparently Wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. I can prove it to you. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying. I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel? I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers to prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. Like, I know, like, the English voice actor for him does do, like, a deep voice, but honestly, like, getting hit with the Louise is kind of interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder at the... I want to save, just because, you know, if I'm gonna save Scum just because I messed up with, like, the first two, it has to be this.
Take that!
There we go. The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. My Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the cult to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of this calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? Green blood? Curious. Even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective! New invention! Stop! Not yet appeared in stories! Stop! It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood. Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in the flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole new dimension to look at blood. Chunk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Oh, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that someone else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now, hold fire there, young man. Could be for some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar, it's a date on which Mr. Winterbank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulking brothers in the sand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Whose is this alleged third intruder? Motherfucking Eggert Benedict! The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article in her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broca! Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? I mean, like, honestly, he kind of looks a little Louise too, so I'm just gonna do it as well. Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. Needless to say. Any music box discs, too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time, and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Winterbank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder... gubbiness. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winterbank that morning. And you claim this man is the predecessor's accomplice. Well, Mr. Skulkin? Never seen a geezer before in me life. All me life, Gov, all me life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence! I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm gonna drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in the photograph was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. I'm gonna say because I know for a fact it's correct, but still, I do not want to take any more chances.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Winterbanks. Which is when the aforementioned Edgar Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Well, of course, here's a disc for you. Dots. Very well. Now I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Oh, wait a minute! That disc is mine! Ugh. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty Fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green! It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Edgar Benedict, who was in Winterbanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi! What are you on about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. Sorry, deduction of some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstains turn a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world will turn the same color. Well. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. I will cut my palm now. Is he right? Is Mr. I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there. Oh my god! Oh my god! But how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief! What did you just say, young girl? And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd process of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure... I'm giving him Louise's voice now. Oh, dang. I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Nice.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Two called guilty, and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection!
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Von Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Yeah. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested a subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Because when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. May, ma'am. I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Oh, right, yes, this one you mean. Of Mr. Benedict. Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know who this is. You know this man. Yes, I know him. What? No! Good gracious! Order, order, order! Juror number 5, how on earth? I'm a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Von Zieks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When a new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbroker on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Oh my god. Oh, we barely survived that. All those little mistakes, damn it. But yeah, I am gonna call it here. God. Please save my progress. Thank you. Part 3, trial. Okay, God. So we're gonna call it here. So thank you so much for stopping by. I really, really, really appreciate it. If you have the rest of the day going for you, please have a very, very, very wonderful rest of your day. If you need to rest and decompress and go to bed like I do, then Toyasumi to you. Good night, good night, good night. Yeah. This trial was really exciting. I can't believe I made that many mistakes. Like, the first 2 mistakes I made, I call bullshit. Just because, like, it wanted to list one person, and perhaps, like, I could have used, like, either one of the brothers, but, like, it wasn't, like, that intuitive, you know? And then I'll give it that like the second mistake that I made, that was on me. The last 2 mistakes I made, that was on me. That was very much on me. But yeah, I am unfortunately gonna be safe scumming right before I make decisions, unless it's like super clear. Like if I'm unsure of it, I'm gonna have to make like save and then just rash down really hard. I'm apologize for that. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here for tonight. So yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. I don't think I'll be streaming this tomorrow. Actually, we shall see. Because tomorrow is Christmas Eve, right? So I'm not sure if I will be streaming at my usual time or if I'm gonna be streaming earlier just to compensate for that. I'm not sure. But I probably most likely will not be streaming the Greatest Eternity Chronicles the next time I stream. I most likely will either be doing like Genshin or doing Star Rail or something similar. I probably might be doing Genshin just so I can get through and finish up a lot more of the world stories and world quests right before 5.3 drops. Yeah, because I want to fill up the Pilgrim's Chronicles as much as possible before that happens. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah, if I do stream tomorrow, yeah, I'll let y'all know on like Twitter or Blue Sky. You know, for whatever I'm gonna be streaming. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, that is gonna be it for me tonight. I don't see anyone that I know that is streaming right now, but let me take a quick look. Let's see. There is like another person that is doing the Greatest Attorney Chronicles right now. But you know what? Let's just go raid the Cat Cafe. I feel like we all need to relax a bit, and like seeing some cats being active at night, I think that'd be a good one. So yeah, let's go. Let's just head on over to there. So yeah, not sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow. If I do, I will try to stream a little bit earlier. You know, right before I wish everyone like a Merry Christmas or whichever. But yeah, that is gonna be it for me tonight. So let's Toya! And as always, this has been Toya, and I'll see ya.